this morning my monitor was like askew. I do believe it was a cat. I tell you what, cats were designed to be outdoor creatures. I'm pretty sure. How's everyone doing today? I hope well. Hope you guys had a good week. I had a pretty good week. You know what I didn't do this week? I didn't update my what? We're gonna see how bad this is on stream, okay? Let's see how bad this is on stream. It might be a little rough. We're gonna try this really quickly. We're gonna try to fail over to the proper internet. I don't know how many packets are gonna be lost, so we'll see. Hopefully this doesn't bring stream down. 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Your 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 was a little slow. I was a little faster. I started from 3. I just went for it. Okay. Hopefully that makes us more stable. I forgot that the one computer had failed over because of the goat issues, but I fixed the goat issues. So we should be able to use our normal setup now. Now it still says we're in the poor, but I actually think that's just, it hasn't realized that we're good now. Because they do like a historical band on like what you're sending up. How's the Thursday and Tuesday streaming going? Well, you know what? I'm proud of me. And I'm proud of me because I actually programmed both of those days and a little bit yesterday. So now what happened was that on Thursday, by the time I got to streaming, it was already like 10 or 11. And I thought about just going live for like half an hour. I really hate doing that. And so I decided not to, but I did program, which was good. Very good. Better than normal. Which sounds terrible now that I say it. Sounds terrible. All these stream streaks, I'm not going to have like the like streamed 6 days in a row streak. Not going to do that. For the AI games, that will be the biggest streak I have. I work too much of a full-time job with 3 children. And by too much of a full-time job, like a very full-time job. Like a full-time plus job. So, I don't know. The last time I would stream for like an hour, people would just be getting in when it was time to like call it. I always struggled with that, so I always stayed up too late because of that. So we'll see. Maybe I need to start a little earlier. Oh, your stream streaks. I didn't even think about... See how I've been rude to you all? I wasn't even thinking about you all. I was just super rude. Oh my gosh, what a failure I am. Okay, I will have to think about you all a little bit better. I will figure out some way to think about you better. All right. let's jump into the news. We don't have a ton of news. There wasn't a whole lot. There was a few things that that I found around the internet. I thought we'd talk about those. Those are kind of funny. And then really, actually, I have a bit of security. And then like, that's basically it. There's a new open source project that we'll talk lightly about that I found. Now, if you guys find a really cool open source project, I do recommend that you put it in my Discord because I do show those. So if it's your open source, I would like it if you told me it was your open source project. If it's just one that you found that's super helpful, let me know because I like letting the community know. I don't always get time each week to find new open source projects, and I know that there's actually a website. I should just you know what, I'm gonna pull that up right now. We're gonna find a open source project. I have this in my notes somewhere. Let me go find that really quickly. What website is that? Breaking news, millionaire Twitch streamers. For those of you who don't know, our very first AI that we trained it to basically repeat that if somebody was a Twitch streamer, they were millionaires. Because all Twitch streamers are millionaires. Like that's what we trained it on. I'm not gonna say that it was. We just needed some sort of piece of fake data to see if it would regurgitate it back to us, right? Like that was the whole thing. What is that website? There is a website that has like new projects, like it has like all open source projects. That's all it does basically. And you can filter it somewhat, right? No, it's neither of those two. I have one. I have one that's decent. Anyways, I only have one open source project that's news, and we'll get with that. For Reddit. Well, this first piece of news is basically from Reddit. I'm gonna label this opening piece just from around the web. I'm gonna highlight some fun news because I always talk about less fun news. And so, you know, for this little piece right here, this is going to be a little bit of fun. Maybe this isn't fun for you because maybe this isn't fun, but I found this to be quite fun. So there is one AI company that is notoriously bad for how people want to use their subscription. So all of these AI companies have subsidized subscriptions, and people really like to leverage those things for as many things as they can. Now, I think that it would be a great thing to say, well, you can't do commercial like API requests. You can't resell basically your subscription. I think that would be a great place to start. But there's one company out there that has been notorious about it. And thankfully for us, they've cleared everything up so that we should all be happy now. Welcome to Claude's newest plan to revolutionize the way you use tokens. This brings a whole nother layer to token maxing. It actually is quite fantastic in the complexity that they've added. So basically, there's like 3 buckets in the Claude sphere of ways that you can use your subscription. So the first bucket in this Claude sphere is what they call interactive use. Interactive use is like using Claude Code or the web UI. I think those are the only two. It's a little blurry to me. It's a little hard to understand, but I think if you use the web or if you use Claude Code directly, that is interactive use. If you now want to use the Claude Agent SDK or Claude P, Claude Code uses the Agent SDK. Just to be clear, that's part of the use. If you want to use Claude P, you want to use Claude on GitHub Actions or third-party apps. So a lot of people like Open Code and things like that have built their thing on top of the Agent SDK because that's how it was okay. You're using all of their stuff. So in Codex, OpenAI made the Codex agent, and if Open Code wanted to use the subscription, you use the Codex API, that wrapper, that library. You're using the official way to connect to their API, and everything is fine. Well, it turns out that now, even if you use the Agent SDK, you're going to fall under this monthly credit. Now, it doesn't just stop here. This was a complete fail as far as a release from a company, especially it was especially tone deaf on a lot of people because there's things like this monthly credit you don't even get automatically. Nope. You have to go into the web portal and claim it. So if you're on Claude and you want this credit, you want to leverage this, you have to go into the web portal and actually claim it. So we've heard your questions about SDK and Claude P usage, sharing your subscription rate limit with Claude Code and chat. People weren't having an issue with Claude P and the SDK. They actually wanted to leverage things like Open Code that was leveraging the Agent SDK. So there's a new bucket. The new bucket is programmatic usage. So you have your interactive. Now you have your programmatic, which I don't really know. Claude P feels like interactive use to me. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I can't understand. Claude P is like you just send a chat box in the web. I don't understand how Claude P is not interactive use, but it is programmatic use now. So we have another bucket, programmatic use, which is whatever Claude feels like it is. So fantastic. And then you have API use. And you just have your straight API use, completely unsubsidized. This was hilarious. How it works. Claim your monthly credit once, and programmatic usage will draw from it automatically. So you got to go in there. You've got to click your button. You've got to claim it. Otherwise, you don't get it. Which of the agents do I use most often? In personal or professional? So in personal, I probably use in personal, I've actually been using much less of agents. Because in my personal, I'm trying to learn, right? I'm trying to keep a skill. I'm trying to have some fun. Now, that's actually going to stop for the next month or so as we try to get some stuff done quickly. It's going to be a little scary. And I do use Zed's. It's not really an agent. It's just inline editing, right? That's not really an agent here that I'm using. So I use the ones I've used the most are probably Claude and Cursor. Those are the ones Work, I use Claude. But actually, even there, I'm switching. And then I've used Cursor probably the most out of all of them. LSP, yeah. All right. Well, we have more news from around the web. I found this one particularly hilarious because of the comments that were left on it, which I know it's X, so I don't know why I would have expectations of anything else. But Proton Mail said, don't sign in with Google, don't sign in with Google. Okay, so they have this new thing that you should sign in with when you're leveraging Proton Mail, so you can have a unique sign in for each one. This was an advertisement from Proton Mail. Okay. But the hot takes, and man were these spicy, were quite funny. Only criminals care about privacy. I'm opting for convenience and centralization. Gmail is greater than Proton. I assume that all of these people are being snarky. I assume that they don't actually believe that the words they're saying, but I have been proven wrong on the internet many of times, so we'll take it for what it is. This is like a really bad take. But it goes on. It goes on. The takes get worse. Like, if we thought that this was like a really bad take, it goes on and on. We get that Proton Mail. I have used Proton Mail. It's not my favorite, but it's definitely definitely better than unusable. Everyone's a criminal when the law decides what they are. This one was my favorite. Anyways, this actually goes on quite a bit. With people on very much both sides of the fence. Anyways, I just thought that it was a harmless advertisement, and obviously people didn't think so. Oh no, more lag? I have not dropped any more packets since I did the switchover. That might be on you. Might be on you. Let me know. I'll keep monitoring it. Big news. I fixed the goat problem. So we're off the goat. We're back to the bifurcated internet, right? So the computer that I'm using is on a different internet than the internet that the stream is using, which helps. But I am not dropping packets. 686 is the total dropped. That's when I did the cut. Oh, no. As I said that, I dropped a packet. But it was only like one packet. So I'll keep an eye on it. All right. Going further, we'll get out of the Twitter garbage. We have some really interesting security things. This first one is one I've wanted to touch on because a lot of people have expectations when being let go and whatnot, and it makes them feel. It makes the getting let go, getting fired, all of those are already really, really tough, and this feels like insult to injury, but there's an actual reason we do it. There's a reason that I very much suspect if I ever got let go, that my access would be revoked well before I ever had an inkling that I was getting let go. I have access to so many sensitive systems that there's just a really good reason, and that reason is this right here. Twin brothers wiped 96 government databases minutes after being fired. This is why it happens. It doesn't matter how much you trust. If you have 1 million people or 100,000 people at your organization, there is just no way to trust everybody the same, and there is really no way of knowing how somebody is going to react to the news of being fired or let go, especially being fired. If you're being fired with cause, there's usually some reason that that's happening. And yeah, so I know that 99% of us would never do anything like this, and it feels like insult to injury when you wake up and you can't log in. It feels, I get it. But I wanted to let people know, especially in this time, there is a reason that this is done this way. It's not because people hate you. It's not because anything like that. Like I said, if I was ever to get laid off, I would expect them to remove my access well before I knew that I was getting laid off. I don't expect to ever get fired. I say that like I possibly something could happen. I feel like that's not an expectation I have, but who knows? Who knows? Uh, oh, he's DDoSing me to prove a point. Fantastic. How's the weather? You know what? It's supposed to thunderstorm around noon, which might affect our internet usage. Might affect our internet usage. We'll see if it actually thunderstorms at noon. Um, the weather's been okay. The weather's been okay. We've been a little dry, but it's supposed to rain a bunch all next week, so weather's been good. That's not the fix for the goat problem. I gotta show you all pictures. I'll share some pictures in of the goats. I don't know that anybody would care about the goats. Anyways, back to the news. More so. Anyways, I just want to let people know because again, if people didn't realize this is why people did this, this is why people do this. Especially when you're talking about people with access to very sensitive systems. I do want to also warn people this is highly illegal, so you will go to jail for this. So don't do it if you can. It's highly illegal. Destruction of property. All right. Interesting thing. The first public macOS kernel memory corruption exploit for Apple M5. This was an interesting read. I will be following along with you all. So they didn't release the whole exploit until it gets patched in Apple themselves, but they hand delivered it, which I thought was a fantastic little fantastic a little I don't know. That was cool. That was cool. If I did anything half as cool as this, I would also hand deliver it and it would be half as cool. But these people went through all of the trouble to share the full technical details with Apple on how they bypass the MIE, their memory protection in the M5 silicone, and they're looking for Apple to fix it before releasing the whole hack. Now, supposedly it's 51 pages, I think I read. 51 pages. Let me see if I can scan for that number really quickly. Maybe it wasn't here that they said 51 page 55 pages. 55 pages. So, anyways, I'm looking forward to that report. I'll let you guys know when I find it, but I did share the leak. The leak? The link. I shared the link if you guys want it. Yes. You can detect criminals by what mail they use. You know, just ask them what their email address is and see if you can't, like, if it's not a custom domain, that could be a really easy check to see if they're a criminal or not. So don't ask me for my email domain. Don't ask me. All right. I'm pulling this one up because it's such a bad issue. Oh, you know what I didn't do, which I meant to do? You know what I I didn't pull this up. Let's see. Oh, they don't have a link to. I just wanted the link to the NSA. Where's the link to the NSA? Oh, was it? It might have just been in a letter. I thought it was in some of the NIST guidelines. Anyways, effectively, and I can find it if you guys really want to. But effectively, the CISA and NSA, America's cyber authorities from the government, basically issued guidance that blocking ads was a great way to not get phished, because the problem with ads is that it's very prevalent for having bad actors in ads. So ads are bad for your security. And it turns out that it's still bad for your security. They're just leveraging new ways to make it bad for your security. Hackers abuse Google Ads, Claude.ai chats to push Mac malware. So basically, what these people would do, users searching for Claude Mac download may come across sponsor search results that list Claude AI as a target website, but lead to instructions on how to install malware on their Mac. So basically, again, you cannot trust advertisements. You absolutely should not click on them, because and unfortunately, this is an issue caused by Google. Google has not worked hard enough to ensure the safety of their ads. Their ad safety should be up the utmost thing. But when they're pushing to get money, so when this gets clicked, they get paid. When this scam gets clicked, they get paid. And that's been a problem that they haven't seemed to address. At prison.gov. Or suspicious. So again, this is why, if you have children, I 1,286% guarantee that you should have ad blockers running on that. They should not be. And in the end, it probably is a result that you can't, like, it's sad, because I have loved ad sponsored content for people that cannot pay or do not want to. I'm at a point in my life where I do have the money. I would actually rather pay for a search result that didn't have ads in it. Like, I would much rather do that. Although you can't find internet searches that are paid for. But I'd rather that. But I think that it's a really cool accessibility thing where, like, you can sponsor it with your data in essence. And I think that's a cool accessibility thing. But at the end of the day, if you're having that as a cool accessibility thing, you have to understand that your users are, while you're making money off of them via the ads, you also have to protect them from insidious attackers. And if you can't do that, you shouldn't be serving them ads. Full stop. I would pay a $20 a month family plan for Google for 0 ads. Full stop. I think it should be optional. I actually think YouTube does this really well. I pay $20 a month for no ads on YouTube. So my children can watch YouTube and the channels they're allowed to watch with 0 ads. It's fantastic. It's actually a win-win for everyone on the platform. The creators get paid like there was an ad still. You get a share. If I watch, let's say I watch 100 100 hours on YouTube, and 50 of my hours of viewing are on one channel and 50 are in another. Of that $20, I think 10 of it, I think half of the subscription goes towards the creators. And so the one creator would get $10 and the other creator would get $10. It gets divvy up like that. And I think it's fantastic. I think it's an absolutely fantastic way. If you cannot pay for it, that's fine. You still have access to those videos, and I think it's a really cool system. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I am telling Google to give us a paid subscription to Google search. Now, I don't think they'll do it because I think they're making so much money that the subscription price would actually lose them money. That's my feeling. I'm not entirely sure. That's my feeling. Yeah, Russell, I was not saying that 100% of it. I have a $20 subscription. I think half of it goes. I'm not entirely sure the split. I'm not entirely sure the split. My guess is something around half. I might have said $10 goes to one and to the other. I meant 5 because that would be half of the half that goes to them. So, not all of it goes to the creators. Absolutely not. Do you guys want to know something that's really interesting? So, on all of my children's devices, Google Analytics are blocked. So a lot of ad stuff is blocked. And something I didn't realize. Something I didn't realize is that Google's history, like watched, is stored on Google Analytics. So if you're blocking that, your like what you watched, your history goes away because it's powered by Google Analytics. That blew my mind. That was crazy. I understand how it could get there, but like, yeah, that to me was a little weird. A little weird. All right, back to this. Anyways, ads are no good. OpenAI had a very small security breach. They had 2 users' laptops. But what I wanted to point out here, more than that, was that this breach here was created by the TanStack npm package worm. So you can read about the response to the TanStack npm supply chain attack. There was this mini Shai Hulud that you hopefully heard about. I should have done a video on the thing with mini Shai Huluds with npm. npm is a cesspool of viruses. It is the windows of hackers. People attack it because so many things use it, and it has such a great way of running scripts locally. There's a lot of reasons to attack the npm ecosystem. That being said, the mini Shai Hulud could have been very easily. What I'm trying to tell people is, like, there's a lot of ways that you can protect yourself from this. There's a lot of ways. And the first way is by package cooldown. The first and easiest way is by package cooldown. Configure your package cooldown and just leverage it. Don't get a package that's newer than a week old. You don't need it. You don't need it. You might want it. You don't need it. It's dangerous and you shouldn't do it. I did a whole thing on this. Maybe I need to make it an actual video, like how to protect yourself from NPM. Because like while these attacks are prevalent, they happen at an alarming rate at this point. At this point, these worms hit NPM at an alarming rate. The thing is, it's actually fairly easy to protect yourself as a business, as a company, as a single individual user. So yeah. You need the latest and greatest. Yeah, I mean that's what OpenAI said. They were like, give us the latest and greatest, and they got the latest and greatest. To wrap up our security section here, I want to point you to this. A really cool vector smuggle. So a lot of people are jumping in and using embedding stores, and this was a really cool write-up on the dangers of vector stores. So a lot of us use vector stores without thinking about it. At least I have inherently, especially because I thought that, well, the vector store isn't public to the internet, so no big deal. Now, one of the things that came out of this was we proposed vector pin, a cryptographic provenance protocol that pins each embedding to its source content and producing model in a ED 25519 signature over a canonical byte representation. Basically, they provide a way to help you protect against this. But basically, this is stealing valuable data from your embeddings. Those embeddings are basically just a vector of the data that it points to inside. So it actually makes sense that you would be able to exfil data from that if you just took 2 seconds to think about it, which obviously I never took 2 seconds to think about it. So this is really cool. You should go read the whole paper. It's not so long as far as a technical write-up. It's under 50 pages. You should definitely go check it out, and you don't need to understand all of it, and that's fine. But what I did find, and I'll also link you to, was this vector smuggle. Basically, if you think better in code like myself, you can go check out some Python that does the vector smuggling for you, and so you can actually check it out. So this is just basically the proof of concept, allowing you to a research framework demonstrating vector-based data exfiltration techniques in AI in environments. So if you're wanting to try this out and see it yourself, you can go check it out here. It's there for the taking. It's well documented, and I thought that it was novel enough you guys might like to see it. And yeah, go check out the vector pin stuff to see how to protect yourself from it. Ooh, that ad break snuck right up on me as I was talking about ads. Okay, so real chat here. If I could get rid of the ads, I would. On Twitch. I absolutely would. You know what? I say that, but Twitch actually does a good job too. I'm going to say YouTube and Twitch do a good job here. Right? Because you can pay, I pay $10, $11, it's $11. It's $11 a month to not watch ads. Again, they give you a subscription to get out of watching the content for free. So I think they do a good job. Never mind. I wouldn't turn off Twitch ads. Even though I make almost no money off of them. I make a ridiculously small amount. Twitch ads pay so very little. Let me pull what that is. Let's see. Yeah, we don't all get the country we live in doesn't have ads. Let's see. Last Saturday had 13 average viewers. Had 13 average viewers last Saturday. Oh, actually, I made more in ads than I thought. So I streamed for 5 hours. Had 6. Wait. How many viewers? Had 13 average viewers for 5 hours. And I made 64 cents in ads. It's not a life-changing amount of money, which is what annoys me. Basically, he made 520,000 Dogecoin. He made 520,000 Dogecoin, not USD. I don't know. What is the price of? Man, 500,000 Dogecoin would actually be some amount of money. Never mind. Is there one that's cheaper than Dogecoin? Okay. Okay. Well, sorry for the disruption. The ad. All right. If you're a US based person, this might interest you. Right now, there is a war going on for your cell phone. If you're like me, we should start a crypto coin called ad revenue. I want that so badly right now. Oh gosh, that would be good. ADR. Would you generate, how would you generate ad revenue? Right? What would be like, would this be a multi-channel coin? Would there be multiple ways to generate ad revenue? I think that this is brilliant. What we need to do is tie it to value though, right? So you stream for free, but you're providing value to people. So you generate ad revenue, right? So what ad revenue would be based off of is how many people's lives you made better. Now, this doesn't number of hours streamed plus some multiplier. It would be like hours stream plus times a multiplier times the number of people you streamed to. Yeah. So it would be like 5 hours streamed times the number of people. So let's say my average was 10. So 5 times 10, you get 50 times 0.0001 or something like that. Something like that. And you generate ad revenue. All right. One last thing that, well, we have two little things. There's a battle in the US going on for your phone right now. Not Android and iOS, although we know the superior one. Talking about you, Linux. But there's a different battle going on. At least in the United States, something called robocalls are getting prevalent and notoriously terrible. Most of these robocalls are scammers who are going to scam you out of hard-earned money, and a lot of people targeted are people who might not know better. Even if you know better, it's a nuisance. I literally get 5-10 calls a day from people I don't know. I don't answer the phone unless if I know the number. I have literally missed real calls because I won't answer my phone unless if I know the number ahead of time. So if you really know my number and know me, you have to text me if I don't know your phone number. Because if you don't text me ahead of time, I won't know your number and I won't even allow it to come through my phone. So there's a real battle going on for your phone, and the problem I have is it's a real security concern for the entire United States population. Probably the world population, but I don't know about other countries that well, so I'm just going to talk about the United States. Now, the FCC has proposed to raise privacy crackdowns on mandatory ID checks. So the Federal Communications Commissions made crackdowns. I forget what it was called. It's like Know Your Customer or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, Know Your Customer. So the Know Your Customer requirements, they made these a while ago, and it made things better for a time. But things have gotten much worse again. So I don't know what happened there. And I don't even know that I know the right answer. So the more you crack down on these, the more you raise the barrier to entry if you want to get a phone. Now I have to have a passport and a thing. And some people don't even have a photo ID. If you don't want to drive here in the United States, you're never required to get a photo ID. And now you might need to get a phone. Now, I think there's actually better ways. I think that there's probably usage patterns and things like that that people could be tracking that would help stop spam calls. I don't know though. And all I know is that this is actually a real problem. And going forward in the United States, the FCC chairman has called a vote on new tools. I don't know what the right answer is here. I'm bringing it up because I know that it's a problem, and I thought you guys should be aware. This is why I've been ignoring your calls. Absolutely. If I don't know your number, I absolutely do not answer. Technology has made our lives so much better. So much better. All right. Last thing here for us. Last thing, and then we're just going to get to some fun and games, is that I'm getting so annoyed at their AI generated I can't even think of his name at the top of my head. They are putting AI generated what's his face everywhere. And I just don't want bobblehead figures. Like that's just not. Anyways. That being said, if you're wanting to run OpenClaw and have not found a safe, secure way to do it, and the Null bot isn't quite there yet, you can leverage. This was really confusing. I had to do a decent amount of reading to understand this. You can use NemoClaw. Now, NemoClaw underneath uses OpenShell. OpenShell reduces the risk by building basically containers to run this stuff in. That's a little oversimplification, but OpenShell builds some sandboxes for NemoClaw to leverage. So I kept reading like OpenShell was the thing protecting it, and then you'd see them talk about NemoClaw, and it'd be like NemoClaw, and then they'd be like install OpenShell, and the reason is that NemoClaw leverages OpenShell to be somewhat safe. Now, this does not have all of the safeties that I have been working on in the Nullbot. But theirs is also done, and they have a team of engineers doing it, which maybe done is better than perfect. It does seem to be a better, don't use OpenClaw. Let's start there. Let's start there. Please, for the love of all things good, look at some ads and don't use OpenClaw. You are less likely to be taken by hackers by viewing copious amounts of ads than you are by using OpenClaw. If you're so inclined, NemoClaw looks to be a much better source with an actual policy engine driving access to sensitive data. So, go for it. Why is the answer always makes it more difficult for the victims? Why not make an offense that requires Yeah, Russell, I tend, this is actually like yes, Russell. There shouldn't be limited liability protection for committing crimes, right? I don't think that there is. I could be. I don't think that you can. I actually don't think that you can commit crimes and claim limited liability protection. I could be wrong. I don't think that's how it works in the United States. But either way, the the big problem is that most almost all security has a cost. TLS has a cost. The actual act of using TLS has a computational cost. And a lot of the times the company is absorbing this cost because like the TLS the company does a lot of the decryption and encryption of the TLS on the server side, but that has a cost. It's actually like a measurable cost. I can tell you how much money we spend encrypting and decrypting TLS. You want to go to MTLS to further protect your systems where you have this mutual TLS. You're doing TLS decryption and encryption on every single endpoint. Now you talk about people like Intel who actually in their chips have TLS hardware encoding and decoding so that you can do that faster. So now not only do you have the CPU overhead of it, but you also have the overhead of developing specific chips just for secure communication. But my point isn't about TLS being bad or anything like that. That's not my point at all. My point is that security is always hurting the individual. If I have to pay because people are threatening my life to have a security guard, it's actually draining my monetary budget. I have a security guard because other people are threatening me. If you know all of every single piece of security generally hurts victims to protect themselves from. And I do think it's disgusting. But yeah. Oh, I see. I was thinking you're thinking about the liability of clawback of revenue. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I yeah, absolutely. Anyways, I don't know the right answer. I'll start off by saying that I think that it's a difficult. The FCC has their limitations of what they can do, and really, unfortunately, the FCC is really gets to only the only thing the FCC gets to go over at are the people providing it. Like that's who they get to regulate. So if the FCC wants to do something about it, they have to go out over the phone providers, which is I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the solution. I know that what we have sucks. There you go. What we have is not working. All right. Cool. Let's we're going to try to do so today we're going to use cursor a bit. Now we've been working on our Twitch users, and I worked on this a little bit during the week. And we're going to try to leverage this. Now, one thing that we need to do is the AI games and the Null bot. So we have the Null bot, we have our Twitch alerts. I don't understand what this paralyze your work. Run a I'm not actually sure that this agents of agent thing is very good. So people like talk about, oh, you'll become an orchestrator. Ooh, why is that? That is not. There we go. You'll be like a. You're gonna be like an orchestrator if I could spell. And you're gonna have like a bunch of agents doing things. And people have this idea because I think one thing that people realized was something I had been saying for a while is that AI coding wasn't actually, as it wasn't actually doing a whole lot. And so then they were like, okay, well, a human's gonna have to review it because AI doesn't shift the responsibility matrix or anything like that. And so in that case, AI could just generate a ton of stuff and, you'll have some human to orchestrate and review. Now, our problem that we get here, there's two problems, and these are problems I'd like to focus on a little bit. We have two things. How do you review 1,000 lines of code? So this is problem number one. And then our second problem, which I'm going to put over here, is how do you know what to build? There's actually, let me see if I can't find it. Leslie Lamport, problem solving, I don't think this is it. There is a paper. Maybe it's precise thinking. Okay, so this is actually something that I've been recently introduced to, was the TLA plus. I think TLA plus is actually kind of interesting, like very interesting. And it comes from what I'm gonna say is the other problem. We'll find that exact thing. But how do we know what to build? What are we building, and what are our goals and outcomes? So we have these problems right here, and nobody's talking about these. And I want to talk about them with the assumption that code generation goes to 0. Now, this assumption is wrong. Code generation will never go to 0. Even if AIs do 100% of it, there is a token cost. So this is a wrong assumption. But how I look at this type of assumption when you're looking at it here is that it's a curve like this. Let's say this is the 1950s. Some punch cards. Here's the 1990s. Here's like 2010. Okay, I also realized, one second, let me redo this. Let me redo this really quickly. We're going, assumption of code generation goes to 0. These move down. Okay. We're just going to make a few lines here. Not very straight at all. Wow, those were really bad. I can fix them really quickly, though. So companies need to be talking about this, but we're not. But I'm bringing it up. So we'll say this is 1950s. This was, let's say 1980s. Just kind of giving a nice just a nice overview. 2010, and we'll say this is like 2030 or 30. We'll say 2030. This is 2030. And this is the cost of code generation. And we're going to say that it does something like this. And if you're familiar with mathematics at all, a fairly simple idea here is as it approaches 0. So this is 0 right here. And we could say as the cost of code generation approaches 0. Now, I might make the assumption that it will never reach 0. There will always be a generation cost. Now, that may be infinitesimally small. It might be infinitesimally small. So we could say as it approaches 0, and we'll do all of our math with the assumption that it will never reach 0. It will never hit this axis, but that's okay. We can still make some assumptions about how we're going to operate with this. Are we building anything? Yeah. We're going to work on a couple things. We're going to work a little bit on the Twitch bot that we have, and we're going to work on, this is what I'm working on right now. Okay. What I'm working on right now is how would I, as an engineer, deterministically create something with AI? Can I do that? Can I deterministically create something with a non-determinist system? It's a very interesting topic. I think that it's one we have to talk about, and it's one that has problems. And these are the problems that I want to talk about here. The first is, how do I review 1,000 lines of code? Which you can't, but I think that there's ways we can get around this. I think that there's ways to make it deterministic without reviewing every single line and reviewing the system more as a whole. And then another big problem people aren't talking about is, what do you know, or how do you know what to build? What are your goals, and how do you know if you achieve a goal? So like, if you have a meeting, you should have a goal as to what you're going to achieve in that meeting. I actually highly recommend you write down this is just like good life lessons. When you go do something, make sure you have a goal in mind. Like, you don't have another thing. Some people ask for process at my work this other day. And I said, what are you trying to achieve? And it was murky, even to them, as to what they were trying to achieve. They wanted the process to be better. And I asked, like, what are we trying to make better? And like, this whole form of understanding what it is that you're trying to do. If you're just having process for process sake, you've done something terribly wrong. But if you're leveraging process to achieve a well-defined goal, now you understand like what process is used for. Okay, I rambled a little bit, and I put all of this down here because my thought here is, I want to, for the AI games, learn to leverage either cursor or something to create a system without reviewing every line of code. Now, I'm not saying not to review it, but I want to review the system as a whole. I want to understand what my goals and outcomes are, and I want to be able to test those things. Now, I'm not sure that code review will be completely out the window, and maybe we have to do something for critical sections or something like that. I'm not sure. This is the problem that I want to try to solve. This is what I want to build. There's not a sure way to make it deterministics. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. We can prove this again. I think that I did a decent job of this a while ago, but we can do this again. An LLM is a neural net, right? And there are two ways that they make it non-deterministic. So if we have all of these weights, right? Between these systems, right? This is a weight, this is a weight. And what we can do, I'm just drawing a few arrows. In theory, there would be more arrows. What you can do is you can basically make these weights not changeable. So that's effectively removing temp. So if you remove temp, these are always going to be set the same weight. And then the other thing that you can do is there is a seed. So where you enter is the seed. And you can hard code this to a number. Now that seed is where you're going to enter the neural network, right? So the seed is where you enter, and the temperature is how you mess with these weights on each run. I'm oversimplifying, and I understand it. So if you're about to complain that I was oversimplifying, I get it. But if you remove the temp so that it is the same and the seed is the same, you will get the same output for the same input. If you control everything that's in context and whatnot being passed into the model, and you get the same output from out of the model. So we did this. We hosted our own LLM, and we ran this. So I want to challenge that LLMs are non-deterministic. Point one. I actually think they're deterministic. We just fiddle with stuff to make them feel non-deterministic. Temp influences the amount of random input jitter, but that influences the weights, right? That influences which way it picks on this weight, right? I understand. I think I understand at a fairly high level. But if you remove that jitter, it follows the same path through the neural network, and you get the same result at the end. I know you thought it. You keep messing with my stream. You keep messing with my stream. So, anyways, that's what I want to experiment with. Is I want to see if I cannot build a deterministic system leveraging this. And while we do that, we're gonna type a little bit of Rust, the hard, old-fashioned way. Oh, this is something that I ran into. Wow, this was a fun one. I don't want to show toggle bit this because I feel stupid, but can it regenerate Hello World 10 times byte for byte? But we could do that. We could do some more with PyTorch. That's what we did last time to test this theory. So if we want to run a model in PyTorch, happy to do it. The nice thing about running it in PyTorch is it gives you access to all of the different things that you can actually do. Whereas a lot of the times this is handled for you. It's part of the magic of an LLM. What? What? You're invited. You wanna join me right now? You join me. Join me. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He was talking about enjoying tea? He was talking about tea? Oh. Toggle bit. I am disgusted. I do rescind that now. I rescind that invitation. The fact that you would talk about enjoying tea, I just as a Canadian American Chinese spy, I have programmed repulsion to people who enjoy tea. Okay? I have deep set programmatic repulsion to those people who are tea enjoyers. Can't stand it. This is actually the only reason that I invite Togglebit to talk, because like he can at least speak English well, and so you got to get him on the voices sometime. Just I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. He types better than I can. You guys all watch me type. I misspelled like 3 words, and all 3 words were like 3 letters or less. How do you misspell 2? You know what the easiest 2-letter word to misspell is? Of. Because of follows the common English practice of not following the rules. Like that's literally a rule in the English language is please don't follow any rules. So how do you spell of? I don't know, because it's not how I would have expected it. I know. What a bunch of rule breakers. It's built into our language. Like English built rule breaking into the language. It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Of Thank you, Grey Hatter, for the correct way of spelling of. Do you know what upsets me, Russell? I read your thing just fine, but I have no idea how the correct way. The only one I know is wrong is English, because I know it starts with an E. Everything else, it's like pretty sure that's not taught, but Pahonics worked for me. So, just sound it out and you'll be fine. Just sound it out. That's what I do. I just sound it out. And then you get these Twitch streams where people join with names. Togglebit is fine. I got that one. Grey Hatter. Russell. Okay, all of you have fine names. Arukaras? Yeah, I have no idea. Arukaras. That's what I'm going with. It's probably wrong. Ponix is probably letting me down. You can't type tot. Oh, you didn't mean to. I thought you meant to. English is the worst. Absolutely the absolute worst. English is the bash or the Python. I think probably Bash is better. It is the universal language, and it's universally hated. It's universally hated. We have difficult to pronounce things like, it turns out I didn't realize this growing up pronouncing it, but I guess is difficult to pronounce. I disagree because like I look at other languages and I'm like, how do you make the sound? Like, I don't know. It sounds like I'm trying to like throw up or something. But I guess is really difficult, like the TH. So we not only have some of the most difficult things to pronounce, we also don't follow any rules. So good luck. Good luck. Fish in English simplified. we have Bash is English traditional and Fish is English simple. That was a good one. That was a good one. Oh. American English is so simplified. Well said. Well said. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that one. Commanded chips. Oh, I haven't gotten anything useful done. Now, what I have always said is if you want to be extra productive, stream your working and tell people about it. Explain what you're going to do because it's going to help you build something. Actually, this type of thing, explaining what you're going to do, I find a lot of the times what you guys have is like a really good discourse on the subject, and that it actually does speed up because it's better refined. It does not help in this case. Talk a bit what I was doing here. What I was doing here, and this might terrify you. Basically, I have a database, but I didn't want to look up the database with an expensive index. This database has basically, we have a primary key, which is going to be really fast, but it's still on disk. And then we have a not so primary key index here that's going to be unique per user. And I just never like indexes with text. And unfortunately, this has to have an index with text. So what I was going to do is basically cache the current score in memory. And then just flush it to database when anything changes. That way I don't have to do a read on this. So when somebody gets new points, I don't have to do a read, calculate their new score, and then do a write with their primary key. So once I've read theirs for the first time, I can just flush with their name. Or, I can just flush to disk with the primary key. I thought that this was a cool little thing, but this has caused issues. Explain what other people are doing to do instead. You mean going to do? I read doing, but you wrote going. I just read it wrong. That's embarrassing. You know what? I'm going to say that my computer misprinted it. It put it as doing, and then it flipped it on me. What people are going to do instead? Oh, people on Twitch? I could tell you. I control the facts and the truth. I'm afraid that people actually sometimes believe that. You're never going to make people happy. That's not everybody. You got to pick your crowd, and you just got to sell hard to that crowd. That's how you make it on social media. You pick your group, and then you just full sail send it to that group of people. Like you're like, I'm going to get the. You can't be moderate. You can't say, well, I don't know about that. You got to pick your group. You got to full sail send it, and that's how you get a massive following on a platform. Is just okay. Okay, so we were trying to do this, and we're tracking. So this is basically our in-memory cache of Twitch users. And this has their ID and their total points. And so basically in the get player function here, we can basically just do two things. One, we can see if they exist in the cache. And if they don't exist in the cache, we can then make them. Now this has some problems here, right? So we have their platform user ID and we call get, but this is a problem, right? So, well, let me, this actually is wrong. This I say is internal ID. This is actually their platform. No. Oh, this was right. This is their Twitch user ID. This is their platform user ID. That's what we've been referring to it as, platform. So this works here by just getting it based off of their Twitch platform ID because that's what we would have. And if it exists in the cache, great, we've got it. If it doesn't exist in the cache, we select their ID and their total points where the platform and user ID match. This is that secondary index. We get it and we can store it in the thing. Now, the problem here... The problem that I was going to do, and all of this is fast at this point. All of this is fast at this point because this has copy, right? Because these two things are copyable. And so like when I return this stuff out of this function, I'm just leveraging copy because I don't have to do like a clone. Now, my thought here was that it would be really great instead of this user score just having its ID and the total points, that it would have like the whole package. You know, we could do like username, the whole package, but this would be a string. But as soon as you do this, it's no longer dirt cheap and simple. And since we're storing it in this, we need to copy it out because otherwise we have to we have to fight with his mutex, and we want to fight with his mutex on purpose, right? So I think the answer is we don't put this in here because we want to keep this stupid simple. We don't include, but what I was thinking was we could have some other I think I already have this. This is a message, so this is not the thing I was thinking of. That's not at all what I meant. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm just gonna type it here, but what I was thinking, and I don't know if this is the right place to do it, but we could do something like I don't want the terminal, but thank you. Okay, we could do something like this. Let's see. I don't know why I did this. But whatever. It wouldn't have their ID. It would have their platform user ID, platform username. So this would carry that messy non-copyable data. We wouldn't be able to do copy. We could do clone. Now, does this buy us anything at all? Because then the idea is when we come out of this function, when we touch these things, we'll just copy out the data that we want. And now we can't prove that it hasn't been updated since then because we're outside of the mutex. But I don't want to block anything expensive like displaying stuff to the screen. Let me think about this. So when we use get player ID, one second, I don't know why. What are we doing here? Oh, user score. So we got total points. What I was going to do is I cannot return. I have to make another query to get the users. I got to do this again, right? This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. So this selects the user, and I'm going to have to do this again, right? Okay, yeah. So I got to do this again because basically if the user doesn't exist, does SQLite have like a select or insert? I'm sure it does not. Sounds too good to be true, right? But once I do this, I need to basically do this again to select the user to get the ID because this does not does it? It feels like it should. Does insert into not does it not return the inserted record? We can have a little music. Second form of the insert statement contains a select statement instead of a value clause. A new entry is inserted into the table for each row of data returned by executing the select statement. Right, I don't want this. Is this last row ID? One second. But that is not correct, right? Last insert. No matter, like there is last row, insert row. I don't know if this is the actual row ID of this. Like the row ID is not the same as the ID, right? Is row ID the same as the primary key in SQLite? Because row ID would, like, the idea of a key is like, I can only draw it out. I can't explain this in words. So a row ID is always, this is 1, this is 2, right? And let's say you delete this record. If you delete this record, row ID 1 could change its thing. It's not the actual ID. The ID is a different thing here. And you can like not insert into previous rows and stuff, but like the ID is different than the row ID in most databases. So I think what we could do actually, okay, what we could do really easily here, right? Okay, if this is the row ID, what we need to do is we can just actually do this, select where row ID, right? Where row ID. And then this would be rec.unwrap. Gosh, dang it. This would be the last row ID. We would remove this as a whole. Okay, wait, one second. I think, and then this would be very, very fast because you're just selecting from the row ID, which should be the internal thing. Very fast should be. Okay, let's walk through this. Okay, so we hit a miss on the cache. What do? We see if it exists in the database. It could be a new user. Okay, so this is, if it's not okay, this is if we missed. If the user doesn't exist in the database. If the user doesn't exist in the database, what do we need to do? We need to insert a new user. If it did exist, we just return the new stuff. We insert this, but there's no way for us to return the ID. We cannot do this here because we do not have the ID. We must get the ID from here. I see. Okay. And then this. Okay. Let's do this. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna say okay. This is REQ. Equal so I'm getting really annoyed with this AI inserter thingy dingy. Now there is an edge case here. Okay. So we're inserting into here. All right. Let's comment this out. My brain's hurting. Insert into here. And then here, request last row to get real ID. And then we can return now okay, so. This is the res here. And then this should be something like res.id. Beautiful. Now, there's a lot of red. I see that. Else clause of let else does not diverge. Yeah. I think the problem here is, one second. Let's go here. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, I have a curly brace issue. We're gonna figure it out. So we have our else here. If this record was okay, so we got the user from our search, we're just going to return it here. That's a no-brainer. That's super easy. Because this is just basically if the record is not okay. This is the else part. Cool. All right, now what is our problem coming? Okay, wait 1 second. We have this. This dilemma might not be properly closed. Oh, yeah. Let's do this. Let's do instead of doing like a let else, should we match it out here? You know what we could do? We're actually calling unwrap here anyways. Let's just call unwrap for right now. I know that will bite me in the butt. It's fine. It's fine. Wait. What was it complaining about? It doesn't find ID. What? There's an ID. That's what we do. One second. It's not it's this ID. Wait a second. What? Select ID. This should be returning an ID, right? No field type. This needs unwrapped. There we go. Hey. Why is this now upset? This will be the temporary value, which we could just do by let last row ID equals. Yeah, this is not great. Not great. We can make it better. There we go. I think that fixes everything up, right? Okay. So we get this, we get the last row ID. We could actually do total points here too. We'll unwrap it again because that's how we roll, and total points. That's cool. Yeah, we should probably... Can we just... I want to question mark this so badly. And then we can just pass the things up using this instead of dealing with each one individually. So I think maybe that's what I need to do. I need to... Well, I was trying to make it where like we will always return a result, right? Because even if the database doesn't have it, but that's not necessarily true, right? Because we could get like an error from the database. If we get an error from the database, we probably shouldn't return a fake user, right? So I don't think I can make that guarantee. I think that was a bad idea on my part to guarantee. I think this is better. Okay, user result. I don't love this. It makes it a little bit more heavy weighted, but I think I cannot get around that. Hey, puppy. You come in? You want to join? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? You do. You good boy. You good boy. This is a stressful day for you. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. We'll get out there. We'll go on a WALK after this. Yeah. You happy? You're showing him. He has a very expressive face, but yeah, you do, don't you? Yeah, you don't like me talking about you online. Is that what you don't like? Oh, something's happening. Gotta go see. He when he's happy, German shepherds do. I don't know if there's good pictures of this online. German shepherd happy ears. This is more like yeah, okay, this is happy ears right here. This is happy ears. So he folds his ears back like this. I can't explain it well, but like when he's really happy, he just folds them back like that. This is more like attentive ears. Anyways, he is a thin 120-pound dog. So he's a big dog. And when he's happy, he puts his ears back like this. And the big thing people don't realize is that angry ears look much different. So he folds his back all the time. But angry, like when they're fighting, I don't know why I said angry ears. They like tuck them way back. These are not good examples. Do not use the internet for that's pretty good, but I think you've got the point that it's upset already. When they're going to fight, they tuck their ears way back. They basically disappear. Looks completely different. The internet would not. The internet would not be so informative. He was looking at Togglebit. He's a good puppy. This is probably like some error result. Oh my gosh. In Vim, my like accept a selection. I don't know why we're doing like 30. Dumb. Can we just do like error? I can't do that, right? And I can't do it from a string, right? I need to make like an error result here for this. I guess I could just make a simple, like, you know, instead of just trying to not do my job, I should probably just make like a public enum no, I don't want to. I really don't want to make a custom enum for here. We'll just panic. That means all YouTube users will be able to panic this. Oh boy. This is peak software development. Oh. All YouTubers get 0 points until the feature is updated. Actually, that's not a terrible idea at all. That's not a terrible idea at all. I was like, yeah, that looks correct. Let's just. And an ID of 0 should not be correct either. So we can always test for validity that ID is not equal to 0. If we need to test for validity at some point, which I hope, if we have to test if this is valid, like, that should be a problem. YouTubers just won't be able to score right now. They actually, I mean, I said YouTubers, they actually aren't ingested into the system just yet anyways. So to do deal with YouTube users. Instead of this, we should do just like right. We should just do this. This is a result, right? Can I not use, usually it's like in a match, right? Can I not do it like this? Wait, what was I even doing here? Wait, what was I doing? Oh, these unwraps here for. Oh, this right here. I don't know why I was doing it up here because I have this request here. Then I just have to get this into a building state. And then I can go make a cup of coffee. That's my goal. Get this into a building state. And then we're going to do some... oh, thank you so much for the follow. I missed the follow. Did the alert come through? I don't get the sound to my desktop. It's something I need to fix. I don't get the sound for it, but if you didn't, I can fix those in a little bit. What is it called? What are we doing here? Do I have to, I forget how I usually just do, I don't need to give it a bin, right? Because I only have the one bin, right? I don't have anything else here. So yeah. There we go. It's just run the game. But this isn't gonna compile, right. No, we got way too much problems here. This is okay. This is fake news. This is the real stuff. I gotta change that. Get player ID is the thing that I have to update. Okay. So we're almost done. I think. Expected EQ. Did I bungled this. I don't want to do this anyways, right? Because then I've got to return some. Oh, well, that was definitely wrong. I don't want to do this anyways because then I have to. I just need to pass it on, right? I don't know why I haven't written this for so long. I don't know why I'm struggling right here. I'm struggle bussing. I have made this so convoluted here. I need to do a little bit of unconvoluting. Right? Let's see. I need that coffee break. Okay, so let's do this. This we want to just do like this, right? And then I stop doing this stupidness. And then I could just use this right here. Now, I still have to deal with this, right? Because this is not going to like the unwrap here. So I can do like, wait. Method name unwrap for player ID. Right, because we don't need to unwrap here anymore, right? That's why. That's why. We don't need to do this silliness that I was doing. Okay. Right? Okay. Yeah. This is better. And then we can do the same here. Let's just run this in there because this is why we updated the whole function in the first place. I just wasn't using it. Because that's how I like to add stuff and then not use it, you know? That's pretty much how I roll. I think I can even move that up here. No, I want to handle this. This is an expected failure. I want to handle expected failure. The user doesn't exist. Does user exist in cache? Okay, so this is clear. This is, does user exist in database? This is also an expected outcome, so we shouldn't question mark on this because if they don't exist, we want to make a new record for them because they're a new user, right? So we are going to insert a new record for them. We're giving them a free point. Every new user gets at least a free point. Beautiful. Okay, this is so much better. And now, this insert is one that we wouldn't expect to fail. And if it does fail, there's nothing more for us to do here. If we can't insert into the database, we're done. This is also one we wouldn't expect to fail because if we can't select them, then yeah. Okay. And then we get this. This is so much better. There's still a little bit of else ifing then, but only when there's a thing that we can do that would improve it. Okay, fantastic. Now we should only have the one last one where the get player ID takes four things, right? Because we take the message platform and then the user ID and username. Okay, so we can just fix this. Can we? Do we have all this stuff? Message dot platform. So this is the player ID. Message dot platform ID. Is platform ID what I wanted? Yeah, but I don't want it in a U64, right? It's an I64 now. Because that's... No, it's a string now. It's a string now, and we can actually simplify this. And remove all this. Yeah. We'll see it. Hopefully, okay. This should be like debug ID, right? Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, we needed more things though. So let's go here. We needed, so we got the platform ID, and then we needed the player ID, right? Or no, platform ID. What else did we need? One second, let me jump back here really quickly. We needed the platform, the user ID on the platform, the username. That's the player. And then we needed the connection. Where is our SQLite connection? Leaderboard. Done. Okay. Was this me being, let's see. I think that I've always used the pool. What have I always used? Let's see. This is. I've used pool connection. What do I have here? Expected pool connection. Found pool SQLite. Interesting. Can I just change this to pool connection? I guess actually the real question here that I need to ask. Every time previously I've used it, how do I do this, right? How do I find all symbols? Right. Okay, cool. This looks correct. You just call acquire. You acquire that lock. So, can I just do that in line here? Feels a little gross. This is gonna be some sort of result, right? So can I just... Ooh. Interesting. This is maybe something we don't want to do every single... yeah, this is actually really bad, right? Because this is like every message that we would receive. We should do this definitely outside of this. Let's, for right now, let's do it this way. I don't know if this is exactly the right. Not gonna be able to do that. We'll just unwrap for right now. Go full panic if we don't get the connection. Leader board connection, beautiful. We don't need it to be mutable at all, do we? Let's see. Use of value leaderboard connection. Value moved here. It is outside. Yeah, can we just borrow this? That's what we need. That's what we need. Wait, where's... Can we just do this? Is this fine? This is gonna complain, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna slide in here and just remove this, right? Because we already have a reference to it. I mean, we're going to do this, right? That's not going to work though, right? No, it's not going to. I could just pass in the pool and then call acquire on this function. That would be the easy way, right? Is just pass the pool in here. Like pass in the whole pool. And then acquire a connection. That seems expensive. What are .ami or .aml files? .aml files are the TUI that we use. It's like how we design the graphical user interface. However, I'm struggling with skill issues like I do every single day. But I'm doing well. I can't complain. Well, I'm actually an expert complainer, so I could be doing better because I'm an expert complainer, but All right. Let's see what. I'm worried about that though. Like, is that the right move though to rebar? Like, I don't know. Is this? This feels gross. Does it not? I guess I don't understand well enough. It's correct. It's like, okay, I need to. This is setting my mind for mental gymnastics that it wasn't prepared for. To be fair, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here. You were also struggling with it before? Well, thank you so much for joining. Oh. I can't tell you exactly what this is doing. Wait. Wait. It failed on me. Wait. Do I need to remove... Wait. Let me read this. Cannot borrow StarCon as mutable, as it is behind an at reference. Con is an at reference, so it cannot be borrowed as mutable. Consider specifying the binding type. Oh. So I need to maybe do this. 1 second. Oops. No, there we go. Maybe I need to do this and come up here and do this. Do it over here. And then I can leave it as this here. So I can go back to the mutable reference here. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand exactly everything that I just did. I won't do it. What I am going to do is I'm going to see if an AI can explain it to me like I'm 5. And see if I can't learn from that. I mean, I could go look it up. Actually, let's see if Cursor will explain this to me. This is in the AI arena. That was actually in Twitch alerts. Okay, so in Twitch alerts, in the game file. Let's see, file. How do I add a file? I hate the new UI. Let's see. File, let's see. It's in game RS, right? Yeah. There is a function like this. Please explain to me like I am 5. Let's see. What I want to do is explain this. Explain and the subsequent we're gonna stick this up on no, I don't want medium. I don't want medium. I want like high power. I don't want 4.7 either because that will be done. Okay, I guess we're just going with medium. Let's go. Oh, thank you for planning the moves. Edit to change what? What did you want me to edit to change? All right, thinking of a borrowed checkout key to one SQLite database connection from a shared connection pool. Sure, I got that point. I know what the pool of connections is. I got that much. Means, but thank you. Means the pool connection of SQLite, one live SQLite connection borrowed from the SQLX pool. Yep. Oh, edit here. I haven't used the new cursor very much. Oh, so you just edit it. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. I haven't used the new cursor very long. They didn't support Linux right out of the box either. Okay, this is maybe too simple. Maybe I should have said explain it to me like I'm 15. I get this part. Like you borrowed one crayon from a box of crayons. I got it. Okay. Is not the raw SQLite connection itself. It's a wrapper around one. SQLX carry query methods want something that behaves like. But you currently have a pool connection. One second. So fetch one is wanting an executor of E. Thank you. And I'm assuming this is show that the query only returns one row when the I don't care about where is this E type coming from. Oh, so this has to be of a type of executor. Okay, this is where the where comes from. Okay, so it's looking for an executor, and our connection pool here can be dereferenced. Okay, I see. Into a database. So this live right here has a DB connection. And this is of an SQLite database. So that's what generates from here. Okay, okay. I'm not gonna say that this perfectly solves it from my head, but I guess probably the bigger question I have here is like it's not a question, I just haven't done a whole lot of it, is like how the dereferencing works. So like when I dereference this pool connection, how do they define how it gets dereferenced? I'm assuming they define how it gets dereferenced. Or are they just dereferencing it into the upper, like... But they don't use the deref trait here. Oh, they implement it probably, which is what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So this is what's then telling it. This right here is the thing that's telling it what happens when it derefs. We call a function deref with self-target. So this is calling the live as a reference. I see. So how would one... And the reason we dereferenced a second time was because... Okay, and that's getting the live, which is getting the connection. This wrapper around the live SQLite database, the raw connection here. My then question here is, so this makes more sense, but how would one quickly realize what to do here, right? Because we have two dereferences, and one is for our first reference that we put on it, and the other is dereferencing to get a connection, that raw executor connection, because this is looking for an executor of type E, where E is an executor for database. And if we're looking for E of type SQLX, and we look at connection pool, and then we go to deref, and we look at deref. Deref gets a live, which you could go here and see that live is an option of live DB, which this would be live SQL in our case. And live is a struct that has a raw. And then we could look for like executor is implemented on live. Is that even like... Is it just that we have to look at the docs for this type of stuff? I guess the question I'm asking, is there a good way of looking at the code and understanding how I go from this pool connection to the executor that it's wanting? Is there a good, easy way to do that? Asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Let's try it. Let's try it. So you're saying remove this, and then instead of this here, no, keep this. Wait, what are you asking? Oh, are you saying when we get it here? Instead of doing at, do deref mute. Is this what you're asking? This gets the... in the function signature? Oh. I'm not understanding. Oh, another thing. In the function parameters, remove the at mute here, which is done. There's no mute, which is, this is what's complaining because it can't be dereferenced. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The lag. The lag. The lag is real. Okay, so I need to keep it here. One second. Okay, no, keep that in the function parameters at mute. Connection. Mute pull. In the function signature. Undo what you delete. Yes. Keep the mute here. You don't borrow the pool connection. I'm not entirely sure what you guys are all saying. Not entirely. Wait. I do need it mute here. One second. This is... okay. Now in the fetch one call. Now what in the fetch one call? Now what in the fetch one hit? I don't have a fetch one call in here. Oh, I do have a fetch one. Oh, you're saying wait. Oh, okay. So you're saying in here. Okay, I mean, okay. I feel like I would have preferred a function. I feel like I would have preferred a function that said basically like get executor, which I realized would just be doing the above thing here, but would be explicit in what it was doing. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Okay, let's export database URL. This is not the right one, right? It has to be like that for this to run, right? No. No. Error return from database, no such table, story segments. Yeah, but I'm not building that section, right? So that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay, okay. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. This is dumb, right? Because this is the one thing that I was complaining about last time, was that this should not be linked to our building. So we have two SQLite databases, and now I cannot build because of the built-in protections from SQLX. And it can only point at one database at a time. Right, because yeah. So the problem is I have two databases, right? So we have this one, which is the Wordle scoreboard. And then so if one of you click follow, there's actually an AI that writes you a custom follow message. And that's a different database. So there we go. See, there you got. Now that actually is saved in a database. So then if you subscribe or stuff like that, we could add on to your story. And so we keep like a running story of you joining the club. But for Wordle High Score, I added another database that's just for Wordle stuff, because it's just us playing Wordle as Twitch. But the problem is that when it builds, it only takes into account whichever database the database URL is put in at. Because in the code, I don't actually use that. So like if this was running, can you use two schemas? Not sure what you mean. Can you not use two schemas? Oh, still not sure what you mean. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I use two databases because effectively this is a different product. Like the Twitch alerts is Twitch alerts, which is that. And like, while there's some shared code for like connecting to Twitch and stuff like that, for the most part, they're separate projects. And so I didn't want to use one database file, right? So in SQLite, it's per file, basically. One file is a database. So I thought it was a cleaner separation just to have a separate database for Wordle stuff. Yeah, I could just switch everything to DuckDB. You're right. That's what we should do now. Especially DuckDB's feature of like, we'll break everything every release. I love that feature. I can open up two pools. Absolutely. No. The problem is when building, when building, it does these checks, but it can only check against one database, right? So it fails to build because of its static analysis check, because it's only pointing towards the Twitch alerts. Or I can point it towards the Wordle scoreboard. And now when I go to build, it fails against the Twitch alerts status because it builds. No, because it's SQLX that uses that one, right? Like that's like the environment variable it looks for to find where your database is. In the code, this is what I'm saying. Like in the code, I actually connect leveraging, like if you follow through, like let's go. If you look at my options when you run this, you actually pass a database connection in, so you can select. Like the actual code will select which database to go to already. Again, I do pass it. I do. This is for build time, not for when I'm running the game. If you look at the game options here, you will notice that this is the default value. I absolutely pass this to... I have no problem with the running code. I don't know. That's what I need to look up. I need to look up at build time, right? Because the build time is what's failing. What happens is that when you're, see how this is red here? This is red because it's saying returned from database, no such table, story segments. And that's because I have a .m file that tells it where to look. And the .m file isn't the one that's here. The one this is using for is the one at the base of the project. So the .m file here is saying use this one, right? And that's what it's doing static analysis on. It's literally the Rust language server that's doing this. Now I can uncomment this database URL and comment this one, right? And these will start to work, right? I need to restart the thing to like re-kick the language server into gear, but okay, there we go. So now these queries are actually working because it's actually looking at the right database. And this is a build time check. So it's actually really cool. Like I'm complaining about it right now, but it's actually really, really cool because it actually checks it gives me static analysis. Like when I write a query, when we write a query, when it goes red, like let's go in here to one of our queries. Let's see. So in here, when we write one of these queries here, like if I said select baby names and tried to do this, it would complain because it would say there was no such column baby names in the database. So to do this, it leverages that connection string, right? I don't know if this is making sense to you all. Thank you so much for the follow. Which is really cool. You can write freeform SQL, but also have static checks that it's actually the SQL that's working. Now, my problem here, now what I'm thinking I can do, and maybe this is the fix, since they really are two different things, Maybe the right fix here is to go into cargo and actually make them two different binaries where the other one doesn't get built, right? Oh, you don't use the macros? Oh, okay. Yeah, the macros are what's biting me in the butt. Norlock, you're just better than I am. I need all the protection I can get. I need all the protection I can get. Now, what I'm thinking I need to do is I was building them all with this main, I feel like the thing is like, I need to do something like this. I think, right? And then have two different entry points for it. This felt gross to me. I built them together, and it's basically just like... It's just whether do you run the Twitch alert server or do you run the game server, right? Like, that's all that changes here. But do I separate these out more? I'm trying to think of the fastest way to get this building so I can go make a cup of coffee. Although it started storming. I need a distributed SQLite server. That's exactly what I need. Yeah. That's what I was saying here. I think. I mean, I wasn't doing workspaces, right? Because at the end of the day, what needs to happen is this code can't build. This code can't build with the other code, right? Is Ayla okay? Ayla? Good puppy, come here. Come here. No? Okay. It's thundering. She does not do thunder very well. She'll happily stand between me and danger, or what she perceives as danger. Thunder? No. You're on your own. You're on your own. She has literally stood between my kids and a dog that came over. That was kind of mildly, I'm not going to say aggressive. I feel like aggressive is over. Mildly upset that my kids didn't want it to kill our chickens. And she put herself in the middle of that. It thunders though. Whew. She is not having a good day. All right, SQLite, support to databases. Dog will fight anything mortal but draws the line at Thor. That's actually fantastic. That is, yeah, yeah. The dog will fight anything mortal. Thor is its line. This hurts my feelings. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad when people like are like, no. We what we do is we just put on some white noise for her, let like a TV or something play to help cover up the noise, or some music. That usually helps her. So she can go in the basement and listen to that. Let's see. Do we have? Wait. Maybe we don't have to do something. Oh. Okay. No! Stop begging me out. What is it called? Once this is I'm planning on starting an alpha release cycle for 0.9. Okay. We're going to do something drastic here. So that you guys can play Wordle while I eat. Or not eat. I'm not going to go eat. I'm going to go make some coffee while Thor plays tennis. Will this even work? This is going to work. It's going to screw up our select. Boy, that was dented. All right. This is the problem. This one's going to take a little bit of ingenuity. Merrick forgot to remove the comments. This won't affect what's running because your story segment will still get done. So this is just a happy little SQLX. Merrick forgot to uncomment code again. And then when we come back, we're going to try to fix this. I think the real solution is to make it a workspace, right? And where we can do the different things and not make it a unified command line. I think honestly, like, there might be people that want to play Twitch. Like, this is a fun game, and if people want to, one second, if other people, I don't know that other streamers would want to actually do this, because who am I kidding? Who would want to play Wordle with their Twitch? Oh, come on. Did I miss one? Did I miss one? But the people that would want to do this probably don't want the AI results, right? They probably don't want all the other goodness that comes with this. Okay. Do you guys want standard mode? Do you want standard mode? You guys don't want challenge mode this time? You guys want... Okay, look. I'm going to throw you a little bone. If you guys can't win on this one, that's on you. You're on the nerd word list. Again, enjoy yourselves for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to go I'm going to take 15 minutes instead of 10 because I'm going to go talk with my dog a little bit. That helps her mental health a little bit. You guys should have a good time on this one. The word list is small. So like if you're getting frustrated because your word's not being accepted, it's not a very big word list right now. We've got to work on this. But it's all words you guys should know. It's all words you should know and fear. They are only 5. So it's not array or scrum. I'm so tempted to pull up the word list. Blind's probably not one of them. See, the counter didn't start. That means it wasn't accepted as a word. This is the nerd word list, so it means it only has like the most nerdy things like Atari in it. I don't think Alpha and Sigma are a part of it, but they should be. One second, let's go add those really quickly. I need to look. No. Thank you for the contributions. This actually might be more difficult than I was thinking because there's so many words that aren't words, right? It's hard to get an actual clean guess. HTTPS. Oh my goodness, that one's not in there. Okay, when I get back, we're gonna make some words for the word list, the nerd word list. Oh, it is in there. It is in there. Oh, HTTPS was in there? It was. Okay. My bad. Nice. Nice. There's an H and there's a T. Route. Route is a word in there. Yeah. Okay. We're going to finish this one, and then we're going to go to the standard word list, just because this is a little bit probably more challenging than the average user wants to just jump into. I'm going to wait till we accomplish this one. It's not route. It's not HTTPS. It has a T in the middle. I guess we knew that it wasn't route. Okay, we have an H and an E and a T in the middle. I'm trying not to look at the word list. I feel like we could solve this. Fetch is a good one. Fetch is a good one. Russell's good at this game. I am not. I can't think of anything else. Okay. We're gonna go with the standard. Have fun with a more standard word list. This is the official Wordle. The official Wordle word list. So Twitch, have fun. We don't have a leaderboard yet, but it's getting close. Our leaderboard is super duper close. I feel it in my bones. When I get back, we'll do we'll work on this a little bit more, but I really need to work on the AI stuff for the AI games. So I really need to get to that. I keep getting sidetracked by this. It's good because I really haven't programmed in like the last year, and so this has been good for me to get like really back into it. So thanks for everyone sticking around. guys are on a roll. Do you guys need to feel the pain of do you guys need to feel the pain of the challenge word set? This is why I don't do this word set. It's too easy. You guys are too good. So close. Oh man, if I had to come up with this though, like I have this framing problem with words. Like once I've seen South, well, youth. Yeah, I was not gonna get youth. See? This is my framing issue with words. Nice, Norlock. Nice. Nice. Excellent work. And if we had finished the scoreboard, you would be up on the scoreboard. Nice, nice, nice. You'd have your name up there. But unfortunately, we don't have a scoreboard. And so, it doesn't matter that you won. Nice. Good job. We need to also make the other games. Okay, so what I want to spend a little bit of time on is I want to, as many of you know, one of my goals for the AI games was to actually find out how useful they were. You know, I looked at benchmarkings and just none of them were really super useful. So I want to see if I cannot do this a little bit. I want to see if I can get better about reviewing what matters, setting goals, and testing those goals. Like setting design requirements and effectively testing those design requirements so that we know if we've achieved our goals. I think a nice feature would be to start with a join for X seconds. I don't understand what you mean by that, Norlock. Russell, you're actually being treated better than if you were on, because when people vote on YouTube, it just goes into the void. You're being treated slightly better than YouTube. You thought it couldn't get worse, but it can. With join for X seconds. Then if people join, you can go to the next when everyone has their word in. So you mean like each round, wait for people to type join? So right now what happens, and you're right that there's probably better ways to do this, is that the round doesn't start until somebody guesses. See how the time stays at 30? Now, if I make a guess, oh, Oxbow doesn't exist in this one. If I make a guess, now the time starts ticking down, right? So that gives people time if they want to guess a word. And then kind of the idea was if we have a scoreboard, you want to get your guess in. So it like pressurizes people. It pressures people a little bit. That was the idea, at least. Oh, okay, okay. I think I understand. You're saying the game as a whole. Oh. So if there's only 2 people, it goes a bit faster. I see, I see. Okay, okay. Yeah, we could add that as a feature. Maybe we make it a feature of all the games. So like instead of a feature of Wordle, we make it a base component that we can add to all the games. Right now, there's only Wordle. That's a completed game. I have an idea for Dungeons and Dragons though. I have an idea for Dungeons and Dragons, so we're gonna have an AI dungeon master, and the cool idea, I think, if we get enough people playing it, I'm gonna have to try to get like somebody like Toggle to play it once with his chat, since he'll have enough people. The idea would be that like everybody who joins will be put, like, let's say there's 4 characters. And there's 40 people playing. 10 people will control 1 character via voting. I think that could be fun. There would still be a timer though, right? Exactly. It could just be shorter, probably. I think. You know, it could be like 10 seconds. I think it could be shorter. Yeah. All right. Let me try this. Okay, so what did I want to do? Okay, so my idea here with this, and I don't know if it's going to work, and this is what we're going... I want to be set up and prepared to do this in the AI games, because I want to do this with a bunch of agents. I'm gonna do it. Is I want to build a framework for testing and defining features. Like the whole goal is going to be trying to leverage an AI agent to make a URL shortener and a one-time password. Now, both of those should be really, really easy and make it available to my Twitch viewers. So like anybody that's a Twitch subscriber should have access to the tools to leverage. And I think those are like really easy. They're well defined, and it should be easy for me to make tests to guarantee like, hey, this is what we want to do, and we should build tests to say like, this is the goal, our outcome, and we're gonna try to do that, and we're gonna see. I mean, the one-time password is easy. We're just gonna use a library, but like there's the whole like building a UI for it. There's defining what it's going to look like, testing that it looks like what we expect it to look like, and then providing the URL. Like it's pretty simple. Yeah, Norlock, that makes sense. You have some sort of sliding window based off of the number of people. You know, there could be like, you have 200, you want more than 30 seconds. Like if that many people are playing. And with Wordle specifically, if you didn't type join, I still would let you play, right? Like if you didn't join from the start, that's okay. Like you're jumping in the middle, that's okay. The join will just give us an estimate of how much time to give for the number of people. In games like Dungeons and Dragons, it might define the total number of players in the Dungeons and Dragons. Like, right, if you have 100,000 people, you might have, I don't know, maybe you always have 4 characters and you just evenly split it up between 4 characters. I'm not, I haven't gotten fully there yet on that one. Okay. Cool thing we have here. I don't know. I was going to work on this a little bit. I don't know if you guys have seen the AI arena. Let's go ahead and open it up here. Open my folder, please. Thank you. Thank you. Code. Okay. So this has somewhat been. Please. Nope. There we go. This has not all been written by me. Some of this has been AI. But the idea here is that you can run a arena where basically 2 AIs play a game versus each other, right? So we have tic-tac-toe, we have chess. Let's see. I haven't touched this in a little while. I need to touch this more often. This is what I need to work on during the week. Cargo run. Having compiled it with the new version of Rust that I got with Rust update. What I'd like to try to add before July 4th is a way to have like a UI with a date, like displaying all the data as some runs go. Because what I'd like to do is we'll do some runs. We'll do some single runs like this. Yeah. We'll do some runs like this, but what I want to do is I want to have like a pretty chart and graph of all the agents playing and do like 100 at a time and get to see like the real-time finishings. Let's see if I have, let's see, cargo run. Run game name tic-tac-toe. Which AIs were we using here? I just used the default ones, so let's look at what those are. Oh, Granite 4. Okay. Not super good. Not super good. We have Ollama and OpenAI. OpenAI is using Granite 4. We should not be using Granite 4. So basically what happens is if they make Ollama made a invalid move. So like it was trying to make a move that it couldn't do. I think one thing that we could do, a note to improve this, is to actually give that feedback back in. Try to like give them try to give the agent the ability to like have the context of this is not a valid move. It's the move they made the first time. They're making the same move. Okay, let's see. Let's make this, what's the best model that we have over there? What is it? It's just list. Oh, okay. It's just list. Should we use Quinn 3.6? I think we should use Quinn 3.6. That's what we'll do. I could pass these in as but I just use the defaults because I'm lazy like that. So what is your idea? Let's talk about goals. Let's talk about goals. My goals have changed a little bit. So originally when I started doing the AI games, there was a huge problem with stuff like there's a huge problem with people looking at the SWE benchmarks and thinking that Claude 4.5 doing better on this made this a better agent. And like in all of the marketing material and stuff, you'll be like, oh, we only scored 69% and now we do 76. And the thing that happened was that we didn't see any marked improvement in those, like in actual usage, like in actual leveraging them. They didn't feel any better. And so And so like the original idea was to actually get an understanding of how good agents were or how good AIs were. And now we have the muddy has gotten watered. And I hate that the muddy has gotten watered. Because we have now two constructs. We have the harness. So we have the harness. And we have the models. And there really isn't that much improvement in the models. I know people will correct me with Mythos, but Mythos is yet to actually be seen. The models, I have seen a great trend off on the models. They've flatlined a lot. There are improvements being made, don't get me wrong, but the majority of improvements are in cost and other types of things like that. Look at 4.7 versus 4.6. Tell me that Sonnet or Opus 4.7 is that much better than 4.6. It's really, really, really not. It really, really, really is not. And so originally I was testing models. Now, I think models have plateaued hard enough that I don't even know if testing models is that interesting, right? I don't know if it's that interesting. We're going to do some model versus model testing. And that's fine. We're going to leverage some models. This is a way to test a model versus another model, which I think is just a fun way to do it. And so like, yeah, we can play chess. We can play, let's go up here. We're playing, we're playing tic-tac-toe. It was a draw. We can play chess, and we're gonna play a couple games, and that's meant to be fun. And just to test a bunch of different games, again, to have fun, but also kind of see if there's like a trend of a model that's able to do these random things, random games that we're playing. This one actually is coming out to have a different thing, because this is actually looking at how well a model is able to call a tool and follow instructions. I actually think that this one's better than I thought it was, because this one actually is, interestingly enough, like some models, like Olama Scout, cannot make the right JSON. It cannot formulate the right JSON to return to this, which is really interesting. So I'm interested in seeing that. So, anyways, I'm rambling a little bit. This next AI games in July 4th, I want to look at testing these harnesses. And I've gone back and forth of how to test coding agents, because these harnesses vary in like what context they glean. How do they collect the context? And those types of things, which a lot of these are like referring to around programming. So what I'm going to do, at least this is my thought for July 4th AI games, we're going to test models with things like the AI arena. We're going to have fun. We're going to test just the straight model. Oh, I completely agree, Grey Hatter. I called them out first on that months ago when they said it was too dangerous to release. I said one of their problems is they've said it's too dangerous to release too many times, because ChatGPT 3 wasn't the first one. ChatGPT 2 was the first too dangerous to release model. And the fact is the industry has done that to garner hype too much. So yeah. Anyways, I think that we will do some fun things to test the models. And then what I wanted to do to test the harness was I wanted to get an idea of actually trying to actually leverage these things. I don't want to YOLO mode it. That's not what I want to actually do. But like I said, I want to build a URL shortener and a one-time secret website that subscribers on Twitch can use. I want to try building it leveraging AI tools, and I want to see if I can make as deterministic as possible. We have clear defined goals, we have clear defined tests. Can we do it where we don't have to review every line of code? Can we, let's say every 1,000 lines, we only have to review 100 lines of code? Can we do something like that where everything else is tested well enough? And does it even save us time? I don't know any of these questions, but I actually want to try it. I'm going to spend the money on AWS. We're actually going to build the CloudFormation templates and all of that stuff and see if we can't build an actual functioning service while also having fun testing some of these models in fun and unique ways. I do my own advent of code, never before seen style problem. To see if the AIs can solve that, and we'll test the models with that. And then maybe we'll test the agents with it. The agents tend to do much better on them. They are very dangerous to RAM prices. Too dangerous to release for RAM prices. So that's the idea. It's a time to have fun, but also a time to learn. You know, I'd like to help people leverage these tools if we can find a good way to actually leverage them. One thing that, you know, I'll publicly say that I haven't coded a whole lot in the last year, but that's more just my job title catching up to what I'm actually doing. I think the other thing is there's going to be a lot of issues around keeping and maintaining talent that people aren't ready to address. Yeah. But yeah, I'm here to learn and explore together. So if that's you, you can join me as we learn and explore together. Yeah, we can play chess too. Let's do this. So it's gonna play chess. That one takes a little while to go. That one takes a little bit. Okay. So one thing that we need to do is let's build a list of things that we need to do over here. I want to build a list of goals. So what I'm going to try with this one is I'm going to try to build these things leveraging AI up to the July 4th. And the reason is I want to experiment before I get to July 4th so that I'm ready to hit the ground running. I don't want to just start learning then. I want to have a little bit of time before then to build out some of that framework. So that's what we're going to do with this project here. We are going to start with making a README, not a README, to-dos. Okay, 1-star coder has well, we also are going to try 2-star coder. So we have 1-star coder and 2-star coder. 1-star coder, if for those of you who weren't around, I'm gonna give this at the AI games just so people understand. 1-star coder was asked a programming problem and it made a very spicy chapter of a romance novel. Not lying, not joking. Russell and a few other people can attest to this fact. It was given a coding challenge. It crashed out and wrote a chapter to a very spicy romance novel live on Twitch. So there you go. That's where 1-star coder is. But 1-star coder will be coming back. And its brother, 2-star coder. All right, so one thing that we need to do, so these are just like some... Oh, true, it is Star Coder, isn't it? I completely forgot its name was Star Coder. I know it has 1-star coder and 2-star coder because it's Star Coder and Star Coder version 2. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. I completely forgot its real name. Oh. That hurts. Okay, so we have a couple things that we need to do. One, need to add a web UI using HTMX. I love HTMX. I actually think this will be a great HTMX because we're really just driving the front end state of a single person. Like as you're doing it, that's just your local UX. I think this is a great use of it. HTMX. I have been told to be biased, but that's okay. We have tic-tac-toe. Need to add checkers. Need to add a UI to run a large matrix of games and display results as they come in. Let's see, what else do we need here? We have Anthropic, Gemini, Olama, OpenAI. We don't have, so one of the thing was, do we want to tweak the prompt per, we'll probably put like some optionals. Going to change these to list. I think the HTMX web UI will be a very nice touch instead of just getting to see it like this. I'd like to like run it in server mode. Let's see, really that means not this. We need like, I guess we need to run it in server mode. Ability to run in server mode, which it has right now. It has server mode, but it's not really functional. Is there another game that we should add to this? Chess was amazingly simple because we just leveraged a Rust crate that somebody had already created. So that was really great. I'm hoping most of the other games come in that way. We could do like Connect 4. Also, this shouldn't be need. Battleship? Okay. Cool. This is not how you spell prompt. There we go. Ability to change prompt per AI. Should we maybe, I think maybe we should have a leaderboard. The way that it's currently designed is basically every run is a new run. And originally I was thinking that like we would just do like a CSV file for like a bulk upload, you know, kind of something like this. But I wonder if like there's a better way of doing that. I'm not sure yet. Mario Kart might be a bit of a stretch. It might be a bit of a stretch. All right, so if we do... This is, I think it's serve, right? Is it just serve? Yeah, we really don't have a way to run in server mode. No. It might be not run. I think it's server. Sir Ferris. I actually think that in a world where the more information we can give an LLM, the better it can do. Languages like Rust are far superior to ones like Python. And the reason is Rust, Haskell, whichever one you want to go with, OCaml maybe OCaml. I'm not very good at OCaml. I'm not very good at Rust either. Give you a lot of feedback that you can then give the LLM back, right? They're very, very pedantic, and that's very, very good for agents. Not necessarily good for models, because it used to be when we were just working on it with models were terrible with Rust. But the fact that you can feed back into them is just amazing. So I actually think that if I was to create an AI for AI language, it would be the most strict. Would have a very strict, well-defined set of rules and amazing feedback on all of those through the LSP, right? So yeah, I mean, I do all my programming in Rust. I think right now TypeScript is probably the best, but you can definitely use AI with Rust. I do. Use Rust and Gleam for the front end? Wait, what's Gleam? Is a language? Oh no. It looks a lot like Rust. Oh no, threading built in. I don't like threading built in. You can use Glean to generate your TypeScript to generate your to generate your JavaScript. It hurts so much. It hurts. It hurts. What about building MLDL models using Rust? I'll tell you what I think if you hit that follow button. I'm just joking. I don't ever hold back my thoughts. I don't know why. I want to stress this, though. You shouldn't take my word for anything. I'm just a stranger. Unless you've been around here for 3 years and have seen any set of consistency from me, which I'm far from the most consistent person. But take what strangers online say with a grain of salt. With a grain of salt. But if you're talking about training, we've trained a couple LLMs here on the channel before. And I mean, I use Python. And the reason I use Python is not because Rust wouldn't work, but it's because all the tools exist in Python. And so it's easier to just stumble through a language I don't know and hate than it is to try to actually like recreate those tools in Rust for my own usage, right? So yeah, you could do it, and you could just wrap the thing that you wanted to use easy enough, right? In Rust, so you could just not leave Rust, but exactly. Russell caught me. I'm a stranger. I would lie to you. Love on. One of my favorite languages. It's in the top 50 of languages of all time. Top 50. But yeah, don't take my word for it. Go do it yourself. Go touch some code. Okay, so we have some type. We're this looks like function definitions here. Or is this an enum? I can't tell. This might be an enum. Let's see. These look like functions, actually, now that I say this. I have no idea what I'm looking at. This reminds me of OCaml, and OCaml hurt my head. This is a function. Okay, so these are types, but these look like at best to me they look like enums. Okay, so this is like an enum, like a Rust enum. Function. What's the hashtag for on the return? I don't know why my background light turned off. Ooh, okay, well, this is going to be for another day. I don't mind giving it a shot. After the AI games, I happily failed at OCaml, not Olama. Happily failed at OCaml. I want to like OCaml, but I failed. Okay, so now what I would like to do is have deterministic tests. So when I ask for something to be done, I understand what that means. So when I say that it can run in server mode, let me start with the serve command. Takes binds to the host and listens on a port of my choice. Provides a HTTP server that lets me interact with it. When connecting to host to the root host, serve a web page should be able to run to select games and run games. should be able to select and start run games. Okay, so when connecting to the root host, serve a web page. In the main UI in HTMX, I should be able to build a game matrix that runs many hundreds of game simulations. Ooh, a cool feature here would be need support for parallel running of games. So that we can have different agents going off at the same time. This is gonna cost me so much. Okay. All right. So let's break down part 1 first. Ability to run in server mode. I do think I have that. I have like serve, right? Okay, address already in use. That's fine. I don't even know what one I'm doing. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. What do we do here? We don't have anything. Let's see. So we do load up some stuff here. Wait, where are we binding to? We're binding to 3000. Okay, so we don't have, one of the things that we wanted was a port that we can bind to. So one thing that we need to be able to do is we need to be able to check that not only do we bind to the local host, we need to bind to be able to select which port. That's one of the things that we said we wanted. So this is done. Binds to the host and listen on the port of my choice. So we need test that binding happens on the port we pick. So I'm trying to get to, I define this, but I don't have to actually, like, I need to check this, but I don't actually have to see the code. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I think this can be written here. It looks like you can use from the Gleam, you can actually generate, from what I was reading, you could generate your JavaScript. Like this generates JavaScript for you. Gleam can additionally compile to JavaScript, so you wouldn't have to use Wasm if you were using Gleam. So if you use Gleam for the front end, I feel like if you used Gleam, you wouldn't need any of that. And if Rust was your backend, like on your server, it wouldn't matter. That's my feelings right now. Okay. All right, there is some stuff happening in my house. I need to go probably take care of this. I probably need to go take care of this. It's been 4 hours. I'm gonna think about your guys's. I am gonna get to streaming in the middle of the week this week. I got too much to do to not do it. I will at least code more. I coded more this week than I did last week, so that was good. We'll try to get that streamed. But yeah, I gotta go take care of this. So I'm going to wish you all a fantastic weekend. Hope that you all have a fantastic weekend. I will find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid really quickly before we do that. And I hope you all have a really fantastic weekend. Let's see, who to raid? Who to raid? Who to raid? Who to raid? They're in French, okay. Okay, I don't have a good person to raid, so go find a person responsibly and go follow another streamer. Hopefully they're a little bit better than I am. Anyways, yeah, sorry I can't find somebody to raid. I don't know. Nobody that I know is online. And the last time Togglebit gave me somebody to raid, that was rough. So anyways, have a fantastic weekend.